Is this good? Are we Gucci? That should be good. Test, 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 test. It's loud. Test, 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 test. Okay, cool. That's working. Boom, boom, boom. We're back. Back at it again. We're not bleeding anymore. Well, we kind of are actually, but we don't give a fuck about that. Why isn't this working? Is my mic still working? Blah 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 blah. Is my mic still working? Okay, cool. Don't know what's up with that, but boom. Let's get a link for this thing. What happened there? Oh. Also, my power just went out like 5 minutes ago. It's like we're having like a heat wave here, so I don't know if like, the power grid can like handle it. So if the stream randomly dies, that's probably why. Hot as hell. I don't know if there's much to catch up on either, right? Let me get dialed in here. Boom. Like where did we get off yesterday? It couldn't have been that. It had to be like around here, right? Well, yeah. I actually not okay. I remember. Oh yeah. Yeah, we got off like here, right? I think like this candle was printing, perhaps. Maybe this one of these two. We got off for like an hour and a half. Yeah, so it must have been like this one. Anyways, uh, I ended up getting out of the long, right? We were doing this. You know, like right at the top of this like value node, right? I'm like, okay, we're doing like a failed auction up here. Fuck. So I ended up getting out of the long. I mean, still talked about how I wanted to close it short. We closed above this candle. But anyways, it ended up like not doing the failed auction, even though like I got out of the long. Like I didn't fully get out of it, but like I closed most of it. Then we sat here the rest of the day, kind of being. And then here I got back in. I was like, oh shit, fuck, like, were we going higher? probably shouldn't have closed that. Because we ended up failing this, right? And we never ended up getting all single prints. We like came, dipped in, and started to go. So like pretty bullish, right? And then on this candle, I closed a short. Like we talked about this yesterday, how it's gonna probably close a short. We got closed above this zone, and this was the candle. So we are no longer in the shorts. And this is the current long. Switch the overlay. So that is the long right now. I already realized a pretty decent amount. The thing is, like, this was meant to be like a kind of just maintain a hedge still, right? Like the idea that I had here was like, okay, I'm just gonna stay in like an equal position in both directions at this point. Like whatever way we go, we go. So, yeah. And then in terms of the alt trades, I think we got one more TP here on ETH, right? I don't know. I don't remember what I showed you guys yesterday, but whatever. These are the alt trades still. So in those things, I set all my next TPs for them. We must have never got the other one on ETH, right? Because there's 4 TPs. Or was that Sol? Cause one of them I have 3 TPs, one of them I have 4. Okay, so we must have hit the ETH one. Okay. Where's the TPO? Yeah, cause okay, I remember now. Yeah, cause we had the next TP up here. But the thing is, for ETH, I did my next set of TPs a little different, like weirdly. I did like 25 of the remaining, 25 of the remaining, and then the last 25 for the third TP, I split in half. So it's like 12% of the remaining and 12% of the remaining kind of thing. That's why like the 4 was confusing me. And in terms of where I put those things, I have one here in front of the point of control. I have one up here. Yeah, this is why I did it, cause these two highs. So I did like one of the 12 here and the other 12 there. So you have like ding, 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 ding. That's the next 4 TPs on that. And for Solana, where did I put them? I think they're more straightforward in Solana. I have like one here, one there, one there. Yeah. So we'll see how those things end up going. Pretty bullish day though, right? Pretty bullish day. And did anybody watch the whole JP testimony? I swear, I will be ashamed to be American. Your politicians are mega fried. Mega fried. They're asking them questions that like clearly implies that they don't have like the most basic understanding of the things they're trying to ask about. It's like they couldn't even spend like the 30 minutes to go inform themselves on ChatGPT before asking these questions in public. It's literally embarrassing. I was crying watching that. Goddamn tears in my eyes. Boom. Switch this back. Also, another Fed member came out today talking about rate cuts in July, right? The chance of rate cuts in July is getting higher and higher. It's getting higher and higher, guys. Higher and higher. Plus, also some of the labor market data that came out today also kind of suggests that there's weakening happening in the labor market, which is like the one thing they're kind of waiting for to cut rates, right? They're waiting to see weakness in the labor market. So we have a very interesting week coming up here. Because tomorrow there's the second half of the testimony. Then we have GDP and unemployment on Thursday, and then we have core PCE on Friday. So like potential to change the probability of rate cuts a lot this week. Exciting times ahead. Also, man, is anyone watching this thing? This thing has been sending, and same with the syrup. God damn, Maple Finance sending. God damn. Sucks we didn't get into this thing. This wouldn't quite the juice move. 10x leverage just went up 400%, or god damn. Anyways, won't concern ourselves with that too much. We need to start preparing though, right? In a world where we start to like blast off the all-time highs here, we're gonna have to chase some of these positions. We need to start preparing. You want to get into like Sui or like hype or anything of that nature? Probably gonna have to chase them a little bit. Sucks how we didn't get filled on this. Feels bad. Would have been in with like the same with like the Solana and ETH trades. So make sure I'm not bleeding down here. Make sure I'm not leaking over my chair, right? Imagine I have to like send this thing back to Herman Miller. It's the reason for like the chair exchange. I'm just fucking bleeding all over it. Quite the day though, right? We pixel fucked the all-time high. And looks like we're about to start going. Futures hitting all-time highs, boy. Dun, 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 dun. I think this gap is because of the contract rollover, right? So we'll remove that. Get rid of this, get rid of this, mark out this. Boom, 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 boom. Question is how we should play this along right now, right? Like I didn't plan on like I don't want to have this much in the market anymore. It's a little too big for my liking. It's like borderline like you're not stressed, but like you're constantly monitoring everything like on edge almost. So we need to be mindful of how we want to play this thing. Like, are we gonna start to like TP aggressively on this, or are we gonna try and greed this to like towards all-time highs and then like kind of just head short? Remember, it seems like we're going down. Give it some thoughts as we set up all our data. Cause I had everything set up and then the power went out. I gotta redo everything. Fuck. So gotta update our levels. Should probably stand up. Sitting down is not particularly comfortable. Also, let me tell you, sleeping with like, I didn't even realize, 'cause today was the first time I like unwrapped my arm. I have, how many is it? 4. I got 4 different incisions on my arm. Didn't even realize. I had one on my leg, one on my stomach, one on my forearm, and then 4 on my tricep. Sleeping like that was difficult. 'Cause I can't like sleep in any position, right? It's like if I sleep one way, it's on the arm. If I sleep the other way, it's like bothering the leg. Market makers trying to take out your boy. Trying to take out your boy. Also, this Friday is also like the CME and Deribit options expiration. And we need to do this, right? Let's write it down. We need to start setting some blue lines for the S&P. And I was so sad yesterday. I had like anxiety from doing nothing. I was just sitting on my. Like, the first time I turned on my TV in literally months yesterday. Gives me like anxiety doing nothing. Should we update our levels? Also had like a nice streak of streams, right? Like how many 4-hour streams did we have? Like 2 months worth in a row or something? Fucking they broke my streak, right, motherfuckers? It's okay that we're back. Feeling better today. Ain't no surgery stopping, yeah boy. Oh, what did I just do? Fuck, I'm so stupid. Octocharts is in maintenance mode. Boy, what? That's annoying. I'm looking on our laptop. I don't have all the open interest templates on here though. And at least the one with the levels worked, so I'll update that. Did I delete a line? Oh, it's right. I was gonna say, where'd the yellow line go? Cause we forgot the yellow line shout out, right? Shout to the yellow lines. I mean, the yellow line's hidden under this thing, but ba-bing, ba-bing, ba-bing. So as per usual, shout out to the yellow imaginary lines. Getting pixel fucked on a regular basis ain't no thing. Okay, cool. Octocharts is already working again. So we'd like to see. Do we miss anything particularly interesting? Doesn't seem like it. And the Jerome Powell testimony, I swear. And, you know, and the thing that makes me like is even funnier about that is like, if these are the people that are representing the people, then I can't even imagine the people that are voting for these people, right? Can't even imagine. If there's some like NPC that's like representing some like county or city, can't even imagine the people voting for them. Embarrassing. Okay, okay. You can switch this back. Oh, so let me stand up. Oh my god. Whoops. Had my ass muted, but why? Embarrassing. It wasn't too long. Was not too long. I'll put this over here, I suppose. Also, I should have done groceries today. I literally have no food right now. I'll have to default to the backup oatmeal. Maybe we'll get into like a scalp short here. The math looking like on that thing. Maybe we'll get some cold water. Reload the water cup since it's been sitting here since yesterday. Cold water. Okay. Let's get back to the grind, y'all. What's it called? 3, good evening. Hello. Hello, my friend. How are you? How art thou? Oh, 2 8. 8. This is always a little suspicious, right? You got one of these things going on. Always a little suspicious. A lot of liquidity right below us too. Maybe we'll give it some time. We'll give it some time. See if we can kind of hold yesterday's value area highs or not. Or not, or not. I might be getting into a short right now. So close that. Close this. So let's see how the options data has changed. 100. Hmm. Definitely skewed to the upside. Interesting. See how that changes tomorrow in the morning. We'll show to our imaginary lines on the S&P too, right? Ping, ping, ping. Shout out to the Maya. We're mega bullish. We shouldn't be losing this kind of zone right here. It should be kind of like a ding ding. A little sweepity sweeping though. Oh man. Shout out to the math. Shout out to the math. Bum 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 bum. I was watching somebody on YouTube today who kind of analyzes the commitment of trader reports on the futures. A lot of people are so short this. A lot of people are so short the indexes. Interestingly enough, right? Yeah, as we're literally breaking all-time highs. A lot of motherfuckers are short. Did we miss anything else over here? No, we did not. Also, the amount of people today that kept harping on like tax cuts for their like acting as if the rich don't pay the most taxes by fucking far in the U.S. was hilarious. Hilarious. I swear people are just so stupid. What's the stat? Let's just look up the statistic. The top 50% of taxpayers pay. What is the number? What is that? 99.8% of taxes there. Fucking talking about tax the rich. Literal comedians working in the government. Oh, oh, oh. Oh yeah. Any questions? Any questions or not? Or not? Or not? Or not? What was this on? And why does this VWAP not work every fucking day? I swear this trading view shit just pisses me off. Boom, 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 boom. Definitely start thinking about some shorts, yeah? Before we start to get up too high. Trader Sosa, what it do, my boy? If we even go up from here. Bum 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 bum. Trader Sosa. Yeah, damn. Have I heard of the stock Lemonade? No. AI insurance stock? Lemonade. Interesting. It would have been nice to get in on this thing, a little late in that regard. I get like filled in this zone. But it's going though, it's definitely going, I'll say that. I've never heard of it though, it seems interesting, I don't know what they do. What does Lemonade stock do? All policy sales and claims are handled by chatbots via AI. Enabling fast onboarding and speedy payouts. Takes a fixed fee from premiums, pays claims, and donates leftovers to charitable causes. It's interesting. I mean, I don't know. Like, insurance seems like quite a hard. Seems like a tricky industry. Seems interesting though. Definitely seems interesting. Although I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. Like, what's the biggest insurance company in the U.S.? Like, what's stopping everybody else from doing the same thing, right? Apparently, they have 15% to 20% savings on premiums due to the fact that they have like low employee count. They don't have like physical locations. Makes sense. How many people actually use this? Like, what if you have like a problem with your claim, right? What if the AI bot's like, nah, bitch, not paying you that. You wanna like bitch at somebody. Over 2 million customers, 20%, 21% growth year over year. Pretty good. Also scoop some PayPal as well. High time frame hold. I was looking at a while ago. The PIPL. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know enough about like these companies to know like where they're headed long term. Hard to say. But yeah, I was reading some pretty interesting stuff about PayPal. That's why I was looking at it like a while ago. I think it's like for me, like these things, like like I don't know. And then for me, in the ideal world, I'm always getting filled like in this zone. So I kind of miss like the ideal entries at this point, in terms of like risk reward. But yeah, they potentially worth holding. I don't know enough to kind of give an opinion on that, but in terms of a chart, there's a lot of ways to go and a pretty big gap to fill up here. Does that ever make up there though? I don't know. Also, like, even just to get to the gap here is not even that terrible. 16%. If you have like a sizable amount of money, it's pretty good. How did Hims end up today? Because this thing took a nosedive. God damn. God damn. Always good to build a long-term spot bag though. Also depends like how long-term. Cause I don't know, like that lemonade company for example, is that gonna be here like 10 years from now? I'm not sure. So it looks like Bitcoin didn't even sweep the low. Yeah, it's starting to go. Pretty bullish. Pretty bullish. Any area you're interested in scooping more Tesla? Not really. This was like it, right? It's kind of zone. Like added decent amount there again. So not right now, no. Plus, I already have like a pretty sizable amount. With a good average price, so. Yeah. At this point, I just be chilling personally. Yeah, like that whole like flash crash that we had like in April was a pretty good opportunity for most things. Like I'm sure there'll be dips along the way, right? Like there's definitely like you could have got in on this dip if you wanted. You think it was Powell's speech? It was hilarious. It was hilarious. I swear, the people that work in your government are smoking that loud pack. Straight fried. I like that guy. I like Powell. Yeah, pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. How you, well, like I mean, what was like the most important stuff? I can't even remember now. A lot of like interesting little like things and like tidbits he said in there. I thought it was more interesting the fact that like another Fed member came out today and talked about how they should probably be like looking to cut. Boom, 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 boom. Plus, like what came out yesterday, there was like some kind of what was it that I was reading? Oh yeah, the consumer confidence report. Pretty interesting stuff there about like the upcoming like labor market. We might get a rate cut in July, low key. Like I'm not gonna like say definitively because it's like more unlikely than likely, but compared to where we were like a week and a half ago, JD Vance just cooked them a little while ago talking about cutting rate flexion. Yeah, I mean that guy that you told me to watch, the what's his name, Justin or something. What's his name? Kevin. Oh yeah, meet Kevin. Yeah. Um. No, I saw like a video, one of his videos, like somewhat recently talking about the rate cuts. But like, like he was referencing to like in the past, like I mean, like in like the 70s, and it was like a similar situation, and how like essentially they did cuts prematurely in that time, and it like really fucked things up for a while, and like they're kind of in a similar spot now, so it's kind of like understandable why there's a hesitation. So it's like an interesting point of view because that guy like knows how like clearly has like researched the Fed history in depth. I realize like I haven't, so it's like kind of cool to watch his videos and give a perspective of the past. But in terms of now, like I don't know, to me everything that I'm seeing, it seems like you should probably be doing it because like a lot of the labor market data is like low key implying we should. But whatever. At the end of the day, like whether they do it now or like we're gonna get rate cuts, right? Like that's not there's no debating that. So like, whether it's like in July or like in whatever the next meetings are, it's whatever, right? Next one's in September because there's like a gap in the summer. I streamed all day about it. I watched it. Well, I watched the actual like I didn't watch like anybody commentating on it. I just watched like, the actual thing myself. And it's tomorrow again, right? Tomorrow's like part two. But some of the people that are there though are so goddamn annoying, right? It's like they ask questions where they're trying to like, uh, what's the word? It's like they say questions in a manner that's like implying something, right? They're not actually asking a question. They're trying to just imply something for the sake of like trying to do like a gotcha, and they're always wrong. If I was JP, I'd be up there cooking people. Like, yo, you're fucking dumb at your mouth. First of all, first of all, that's probably why I ran for governor in Cali. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people know as much as you do, right? Like Jerome Powell, for example. That guy's like a like I'm always love people like that have like extreme depth of knowledge in their field, right? Like that you can ask that guy. Seems you can ask him literally anything about like now or in the past, and he's like knows like exactly like in 1988 we did this, and then this happened, and blah blah blah, and then it had this tail effect. Like super knowledgeable, right? I always love people like that in whatever field it may be. I don't know much about all that shit, so you need to watch commentary. Yeah, but then you can just listen to it, right? It's not like they were like going into some like in-depth technical talk during this testimony. But I'm sure it is nice to have somebody like giving context on things that may have like been relevant that happened in the past in some situations. I'm sure I'll watch like whatever video he has at some point, like whenever I see it on my feed, like tomorrow, or whenever I'm chilling at the gym or something. Cause I've been watching like some of his videos here and there, like not every single one, cause it's like a lot. It seems like he has multiple videos a day. But they are now in the rotation. Politics is a difficult one to gauge. Yeah, that's the other thing. 'Cause they just like say one thing, do another. Or just like say shit they don't even believe for the sake of like being in line with their party. I was dying at that one guy today, like the old guy talking about like the peanuts and whatnot from Georgia. This guy sounded like he was about to die. Oh, pecans is what it was. Pecans. Man, this guy can barely get a sentence out. Like, someone get their grandpa, right? Claim your mans. And the one girl talking about she couldn't get her nails done from Atlanta. Don't kill me. Tomorrow, I'm guessing it's like different people tomorrow. Like it's just they're kind of trying to rotate through as many politicians or whatever members of Congress as possible. I was surprised how poorly prepared these politicians are, right? Some of them like couldn't even articulate their question properly. Like they wasted half of their 5-minute timer just trying to get the question out. Like, how are you not prepared for this? Like, isn't this your job? Like, I don't understand. I thought it was pretty embarrassing, to be honest. Because a lot of times, a lot of them would ask questions were like, it involved Jerome Powell having to respond with some like basic ass response that you clearly could have researched yourself on ChatGPT before they got to the actual question they wanted to ask, right? So like they clearly weren't informed on even the most like basic fundamental things, and they wasted their time because of it. Boom, boom, boom. What are we on this chart for? What country's Fed data do I watch? Yeah, just the U.S. I mean, like I pay attention. Like there was multiple like cuts this week, right? Like this week and last week, a lot of like different countries were cutting or considering cuts. But the U.S. is the most important, like by far, right? That has the most impact. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, in terms of like all like the developed nations, yeah, the U.S. is like lagging right now, actually. Because everybody else is already the cut at this point. Well, I guess the U.S. has too. We're just kind of like paused it now because we did cut like last year. I was actually reading a post summarizing this earlier. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, here. Yeah, like the Swiss National Bank is down to 0% rates already. Norway reduced it. There's like an infographic. Just look at this. It's like we've been flat. Well, I mean, I guess the U.S. has been pretty flat for a while most people are like still dropping. Aside from Norway. You see it making a new Trailer Park Boys movie this year? Really? I thought those guys were like done with that thing. It's like hella old. Never watched it though, so I'm not really familiar that much. Oh, apparently it's already out. God damn, flashbang my ass. Where'd I get the charts? For this is like the Twitter Kobayashi letter. The post like it's like some like kind of like economic news type Twitter. Although very like sensationalist, we'll say, right? But whenever something bad happens, they're like, "Is this the beginning of the bear market?" And they're like, same for like the reverse. But they do post a lot of data. An industry-leading commentary on global capital markets, how they define themselves. What do I think of Sailor Strat? Do you mean like the company strategy or like the idea of being like a Bitcoin treasury? Bitcoin? Pretty smart. Pretty smart. Like I'm not too well informed on like the new different products they have, like Strife and whatnot. So I'm not like exactly certain what they're like. I know like each one has like a certain use case for a certain type of like participant in the like, capital markets, but I haven't like researched it much more than that. 'Cause this one like don't really care to be honest. Like I've been in MicroStrategy for like a while, so I'm not like looking to add any more. Um, but the concept of what strategy was doing like before all those is interesting, right? Because it's like essentially you have like Bitcoin exposure in the traditional markets, and this is even before ETFs were around. And even then, a lot of companies could not allocate to like the ETFs based on like their charter, but they could invest in MicroStrategy. So it was like a way, it was like a loophole to get companies to have like Bitcoin exposure. And also like over time, like your exposure to Bitcoin, like let's say you have 10 shares of MicroStrategy a year ago, and you had exposure to like I don't know, zero point 0.1 Bitcoin. Like as time passes, those 10 shares like hold more Bitcoin worth. So like, let's say you had 10 shares, and in the first year you had like 0.001, and then the next year for the same 10 shares, you'd have like 0.002, so on and so forth. Plus, like all the other things that they do, like there are some pretty interesting ways that they take advantage of like the convertible bond market and whatnot. Cause a lot of the old companies, or just like all the financial products in that realm, they were never particularly volatile. And like the fact that they are volatile, or like MicroStrategy is, or I guess strategy now, like allows people to like capture this like spread volatility, which is a big deal, right? Because if the convertible bond market is massive and no other financial like vehicle allowed this. So for them, this is like pretty game changing. It's why like MicroStrategy is basically the biggest bond market at this point. And in terms of like the strife and whatnot, that I don't know enough about that. I've been keeping up at this point. Because in Canada we have this thing called like a TFSA, like a tax-free savings account. And like I think like when you're 18, you're allowed to invest. I don't know, like let's just say 6K. And then every year afterwards, you can add like another like 6K. Or like something that I don't know what the scaling is, but to that effect, like every year your cap increases. And I loaded this thing with 100 grand worth of MicroStrategy when it was like 30 bucks. It's like way back here. Like in this kind of like range. So now I get all of all these gains that I have on this position are all like tax free. They can't tax me on any of that. But the thing is I can't allocate anymore because I maxed it out. So as far as MicroStrategy is concerned, I'm like done with that position. Pretty juicy though, right? Get all those gains tax free is super nice. Especially if I leave it like long term. I'm trying to debate should I remove it or not. Because here's the thing, like let's say I remove it right now, I have like a pretty sizable position, right? It's like 7 figures basically of like tax free gains. But the problem is that if I take out like that like 7 figure worth, and then I want to put something back into the TFSA, I can only put in like the 100 and like 10K it is now or whatever. So like I would be restarting like the whole process again. Whereas if I leave this now for like the next cycle, then this could scale to like 50 mil, 60 mil, right? Depending on like how crazy MicroStrategy gets down the road. Whereas if I put this in now, then like the next cycle it might only go up back to like 1 million. So like I'm thinking of just saying fucking just leaving it there. I don't really need it anyways. Oh yeah, good for you, brother. I wonder if you see anything like that. Probably should, something similar. I might start trading more stocks to be honest. Cause like there's like a lot of like the fees in crypto are a lot, right? Like you don't really think about it whenever you're juicing on your trades because it's like a fractional amount. When you compare it to no fees, it really does add up. Uh, let's see. The Roth IRA apparently is like the most similar thing. Wait, you have to be over 59 to withdraw from your IRA with... Wait. Contributions can be withdrawn anytime. Earnings withdrawn tax-free only after 59. Oh, that sucks. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. That's pretty shitty. Are you about to swing fail this thing, or what? Or what? The perp sweep? They all swept, okay. Interesting. Six minutes left on this 30-minute candle. Let's be mindful of getting into a short here if needed. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, you should definitely get into like whatever kind of tax benefits you can take advantage of though, because it makes a big difference. It's a huge difference actually. That's why I'm trying to move. I'm trying to get out of here. Plus, if you read any kind of books by like billionaires, they all say the same shit. I was reading a book by Ray Dalio, and he's like, yeah, if you live in some like high tax regime, like you should probably move. You're literally wasting years of your life. Because like not only are you getting taxed a shit ton, but like you're compounding way slower. Whereas if you just like move away for like 5-10 years, then you can move back with like fucking 30 times the money you would have had if you just stayed there the whole time. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, like, I just think about the math on that, right? Yeah, I make like let's just throw some random number out, like 200 grand. If I was in some tax-free country, I could like take this money and like obviously you have to account for your expenses, but the rest is going right back into investing or whatever. Whereas like where I am now, like to suppose I made 200 grand, more than 50% of that is going to the government, right? So I have like 90 something remaining. Just say like 97. Then I have to count for my expenses. So after that, whatever's remaining from that, then I can invest that again, right? So I'm literally investing half of the money on just my first year. Ever thought about starting a trading academy or some group to teach people? That's what I'm doing right now. That's why I'm streaming. Just sitting here teaching. Hopefully people teach me something too. Boom, 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 boom. And that's not even accounting for the cost of living, right? Like if you live somewhere else, your probably expenses are way lower as well. Boom, 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 boom. And right now, I could sell my house, move to some like, I don't know, Czech Republic or something. Buy me like a nice big ass mansion type house in the mountainside for like half the cost of this house here. To have the rest to like invest, do whatever. Buy a Bugatti. Bugatti. Bugatti boys. What's the rest of this data saying? Hmm. How much is this? For there's like pretty big CVD bear divs and like oscillators are like diverging, blah blah blah, and these are starting to like roll over too. So kind of open like at least like hedge the long right now, and be prepared to like go lower and clean all this crap. Probably the best idea. In worst case, you kind of lose out on a little bit of like the long. Where's the order flow? We'll give it some time for now. If we start to like lose this golden pocket, then yeah. I think trying to make music like yours. This is an mine. But honestly, the way I found the best way to do it was to like find a song that you like, Like hopefully it's like popular enough for ChatGPT to know it. And then so let's just say an example, I don't know. I'm like Draco Hun Diddy Bop Bop and be like, okay, give me a description, a style description of this song. Okay. And then it'll give you like a pretty like well written description of it. And then, like eventually you build up like enough of them, like enough prompts from like it makes one good song that you like, for example. Then you can like reuse that prompt to make like a different kind of song, like a different description. Because it can definitely be a little bit hit or miss, like the AI that I got used for mine. Like there's a lot of songs I made like you're just never gonna hear because they came out like not too good. I also changed mine though, like, cause like, I used to use like the free like Suno AI thing. Then like I made my own, so it's like, a lot easier to like tweak it now, and make songs differently. And I also have like an agent that like represents like the YouTube channel. So like whenever I tell it to make a song about something, it'll like remember it. So like one time I'll say like, okay, make a song about like the VWAP or like a golden pocket or something or Fibonacci retracement, and it like puts it in its memory. So like as this makes more songs, it'll start like mention those things like randomly. Boom. Although I think I need to reset its memory because like the AI is starting to get like the lyrics are starting to become like repetitive. It does like the same kind of like strong structure or like a rhyme scheme like repeatedly on multiple songs. So I think it's a little fried in that regard. Little fried. We're gonna go lower here or what? Or what? Need a song? Oh, I was gonna make one like that actually. I was gonna make like a. Cause have you heard like that like Drake Pepe song? Pepe AI song? Actually pretty good. Let's see if I can find it. Pepe to the Moon, Drake featuring Kanye West. Kind of fire.
Fear allows me to reach my highest potential. The fear of failing is an illusion.
Yeah. Is this it?
Illusion. But we have to have desire. We have to have something that pushes us. Fear pushes us.
Listen to this shit.
Long time coming, I've been plotting me a set. Payday to the moon, we ain't never going back. Hopped onto the chain, pressure made us diamond hands. I don't need no princess, baby, I'm a king of the mid. Don't ask me about my pay, ain't too long before the payday. Shit, point reasons, I'm a meme on a Thursday. Pump it up, this ain't button on a Friday. Asians gated after this a season where we bullying. Shit it with no answers, telegram and moves our way. My house be chasing bags, they be running through a maze. I'm amazed, they might add to liquidity in a phase. I don't ever kill my house, I put their legends in a grave. Got my girl Pregnant, put that baby on the blockchain. Told me listen clearly, you best huddle, you that pay. Protect the garden like I'm getting day. Every night I see them child supported tricks and been my fame. Pay pays me every day.
Don't kill me. Mr. Sosa one? Yeah, I'll probably make one, right? Next time you're here, I'll have one for the lulz. I'll just write it down now, so I'll remember. Need to try to the AI music more. Yeah, although ones like this would actually use like the artist names, or not the name, the voice. It's hard. It's hard. Like I don't know how they do it. Like it has to be some kind of like paid service or something. It's like the one that I'm using is free from GitHub, like the library that does the voices. But they can't it can't do it like actual artist voices. Like I can't say, oh, take Drake's voice and make this song. Apparently they're gonna start making AI TV shows to your liking. Yeah, that's what they should be doing, right? It's all saying the other day about like video games that are like tailored to like the person. They didn't end up losing the zone yet, so no short needed just yet. Also good, right? Good that we're not swing failing here. And they're definitely coming to grab this liquidity finally. Gonna draw this though. Assuming we can get above this. God damn. Oh, that's gonna be pretty hard to make it work. Like the AI show to your liking. Like they're gonna have to like that's gonna be like a lot of like computational power required. Because if we're doing that for everybody en masse, so I'm not sure how soon that's coming, but it seems pretty interesting though. I'm sure I'll be here sooner or later. I'm curious to see where AI art goes, right? Imagine going to like a museum and all the art has been made by like AI, but it's like super crazy. Like you know those like the ones where you like look at the painting and the eyes are following you like wherever you are in the room. Imagine what kind of crazy things the AI is gonna be coming up with like that. Like kind of mind blowing like things that like your brain can't even like interpret correctly. Like optical illusions. Down Shroom's gonna go sick. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to the Shrooms. Speaking of which, I wonder how those companies ended up doing that we were looking at. Wow, what the hell? Speaking of which, thing just lost 50% in one day. God damn, what happened there? Well, exchange rates for trading, BitGet, Kraken. I have some of the ones like you're mentioning, but I don't use them too often. Yeah, cause you guys are kind of like how we are. Like a lot of them, you're not allowed to use a lot of them, right? Cause like the law. But BitGet and Kraken are like allowed here now. Like that's when I stopped like quit my job when you could like leverage trade on these exchanges. Cause I was trying to leverage trade before that and I couldn't find the site. Like Blowfin wasn't around then, or maybe it was, I just didn't know about it. But interesting. Like you couldn't use Binance, you couldn't use Bybit, you couldn't use like Mexi. What's the other ones people use? Like all of them are like banned. Like you can't, like you need to use like a VPN, and even then like they like require you to like provide some kind of like documentation type thing. Seems like. At least the ones I tried. Oh, I also have like Coinbase. I also have one in Canada called Newton. But for like trading perps though, like just Kraken and BitGet. But Coinbase and Robinhood are bringing like perpetual futures soon, so it should be allowed there eventually. I think they're supposed to be releasing this summer. Yeah, we also can't use OKX. Yeah, KuCoin, that was the other one I was trying to use. Can't use KuCoin. I don't know why either, but whatever. I use Robinhood for stocks. Yeah, I have like Robinhood, I have like Wealthsimple for stocks. I have like my actual like broker with like the bank I use. And I'm probably gonna make like an interactive broker account to trade with. Cause I actually use that program, like the international broker, like KR, whatever it's called, when I was like paper trading. But I never actually ended up using this thing to trade stocks. It just depends, right? It just depends which one, because like some of the things are like if you're like trying to day trade, sometimes like Robinhood or like Wealthsimple is like not the best because you don't get like the best fills. But if you're like trying to just like buy like long term, then like you don't care, right? If you miss out on like $1 on average per share or something to that effect. What's the other one people use here? There's another one we're missing. Robinhood. Oh, Questrade. Yeah, there's also Questrade. I don't use that one personally, but that's another like, really popular one people use. Plus, you can also use like Hyperliquid too, right? If you wanted. Hyperliquid. Plus, there's also the added incentive that you get the airdrops for it. If I want to use Blowfin, I already have an account. Like, I don't know if it works retroactively, but I already have an account and I have like some like fee code used. I might get one myself. Like down the road when my channel's like big enough to like approach them to get that thing. Might as well get one myself. Brother's the CEO of a trading academy. That's Juice. Does he know a lot about trading? I mean, I just hope so. Thing is, I don't use those too much. Like, they're not particularly like liquid, and also like like I don't want to be in a situation where I get in shit with the government for taxes or some kind of thing like that, right? Usually, if I want to trade something that's not like listed on other places. Because like KuCoin, for example, like lists everything, like day one, right? Whatever shitcoin you can imagine, it's on there. Like low cap coin, like on like Bitget and Kraken, like it's not the case. Like there's sometimes where I want to go trade something that like I'm aware of, and I can't. Like when Tau, like Bitenter Tau was like $50, like even less than that, and the Caspa was like dirt cheap. Like I knew about them and I wanted to buy them, but it wasn't available anywhere. Except that was available in Canada. So like I just missed out on all these things, right? When I could have been mega juicing on these. No, we want the full charts. Yeah, we would have had like literally like fucking 1000% moves on these things. Fuck. You're type with Blowfin, if you want a deal, might be able to talk them for you. Yeah, down the road potentially. Yeah, I can't imagine they'd be particularly interested right now. I don't really bring anything to the table, but well, they'll only care if I have some kind of like referral code or whatever. But at the end of the day, like sure, I mean I don't know, it's like more of a benefit for the people that are using the code to get the less fees than anything, right? Because like I'm not gonna be like making money off people that are spending like $1,000 in the exchange, and I get like 0.005% of that. Like, the only way you make real money off of like those kind of things is if you like have a whale use your link, or a shit ton of people. They like their volume, Blowfin, you get commission. That's how it works. Yeah, but the thing is like you're not making like how much commission do you think you're making, right? If I have 1,000 people that each spend like $100, that's like that's a lot of people that are spending a lot of money. Like I mean like relatively a lot. And that's still like nothing. You're not getting anything out of that. At least as far as I'm aware. I would just do some quick maths. Like if they give you 1%, you get $1,000. If you have 1,000 people that spend $100 each, so basically getting like $1 a person. I pay more than that to open a trade. So not exactly making my mouth water. We'll say that. If I get like one of those things, it's just simply to help people with fees, right? And then they don't really care. But I'm sure people that like want to get into trading that they later would love to have like zero maker fees or taker fees, whatever the offer they give is. I'm not sure. I would love to have 0% maker taker fees. 'Cause it also makes a huge difference in how you trade, right? Because like if you're getting stopped out break even, your stop loss is that much more flexible, which is actually a pretty big deal. Thing is, I don't suspect that they allow whales to come onto their exchanges and just use it with 0% fees. Maybe I'm wrong on that, I don't know, but and the thing about those exchanges is like even if you do have 0% fees and you are trading with a lot of size on there, like you're gonna move around their order book too much, cause like they're low liquidity. Like I've like talked to some people who've used a Blowfin and they set like a stop loss on an order that's like 50K, and the thing like just fucking doesn't like activate their stop loss because it just goes through. Once I'm able to obtain revenue from the personal trading brand, I want to base up in Asia for a while. Miss it there. I've never been. That's kind of one of the last places I need to go to. Where'd you go exactly? Seems pretty nice though. I was looking at it, Singapore. Because Singapore is becoming like a pretty big financial hub actually, like an international financial hub. One thing is I don't know literally anybody out in that part of the world, and it's supposed to be like a huge culture shock. Japan, Singapore, and Thailand. Literally going with me, one of the crypto bros, my brother, with the boys. Yeah, I can imagine. It's probably super nice, right? And it's not even like expensive either. From my understanding, it's like very cheap, like that whole region, or at least like Thailand. I don't know about the rest. Like I don't know what you mean by what's a personal trading brand? What does that mean? Like your YouTube channel? Like once I gain enough clout, more opportunities to open to gain revenue. Why don't you just trade? Brothers in the Academy, because they have a big following, they have exchanges sponsoring them where they're making monthly income for that. Yeah, one of my friends works for Coin Bureau. He's like he's in a bunch of their videos actually, and if you ever watch them, the guy named Dan. I went to university with him. Like we used to work out at the gym together a lot and whatnot. And he actually hit me up to start making videos on their channel. What channel was it? It's not like the main Cointelegraph channel, but the one where they do like TA and whatnot. Let me just go find that thing. Oh, no, not Cointelegraph, Coin Bureau. Yeah, he wants me to make videos on the Coin Bureau trading channel.
Well,
which is not the main channel, but the main channel is pretty big, right? The main channel has like what?
it's one of the
3
most
million
important
subscribers. Don't allow trading for a living stresses me out. Not that G'd yet. Only one trying out here. Fair. I mean, it shouldn't stress you out though. What's stressing you about trading?
Well,
Maybe we should message this guy back to do some of these videos. Grow our channel real quick. Like when I was living overseas for all that time, I was trading for my job. Hmm. Yeah, fair enough, makes sense. So I gotta be 24/7 juicing, right? Turn on the juice machine. But yeah, I mean that does make sense. So if you're not like well, A, if you don't have like enough money to like, okay, if I have like $5 million in the bank and I don't make money in like a week of trading, like I'm not stressing, right? But like if you, let's say you have like 2 grand in the bank, and you don't make money for like a week, then you're probably like, stressing out. So like it definitely depends on that as well. Dun, 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 dun. Majority of my wealth is position long-term holds. Only trading a fraction of the net worth to keep minimize risk while I was overseas. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, most people do that. Most people like me. I'm like a little different. Like most people say to trade with like 10% of your money, 20% of your money. I'm like, nah, fuck that. Fuck that shit. I definitely trade with more at times. But that's like I'm pretty like confident in what I'm doing, so. Not for everybody. It is stressful though, right? It is stressful. Trading is definitely like a. I wouldn't say like stress isn't like I'm worrying about like trading working or not, but more so the stress of like having to be constantly plugged in, right? It's like I'm at the like I'm at the gym. I'm looking at the charts. I'm like at home making dinner. I'm looking at the charts. Like I'm on a date. I'm like, oh, I gotta go to the bathroom, so I can go look at the chart, right? Like see what's going on. Like it never stops. But so yeah, in that regard, it is like pretty draining, right? Definitely are confident in what you're doing and know a lot. Seems like a good amount in common too. It's why like these streams was a good time. Yeah, show it to you. Yeah, definitely are like pretty chill, right? I don't know if I know a lot. I mean, I definitely like. I try to learn a lot, but there's a lot I need to learn. Like usually when like right now, I literally have a textbook open right now. Now I'm like whenever nobody's in the chat, I'm like reading about trading, right? Like, learning more stuff. Bum 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 bum. I'm trying to rank up. You guys think I'm joking when I say I'm trying to be a billionaire and buy a super yacht? It's not a joke. I'm a fucking joke. I'm trying to be the first billionaire with double helipad on his yacht. 2 of them bitches. One for me, one for all the shorties. Do you know Ched's trader account in X? No. Let's look him up. Ched's. Is this thing Big Ched's? Cancer survivor? Damn. Give him a follow? No, I've never heard of him though. First time, using the Bollinger Bands. And double B's. Him and Crownish went live yesterday. Interesting. I'll have to check him out. Yeah, I'm not familiar though. Jesse Olsen? Thing is, I don't know if these traders are that good, right? I'm looking at this guy's stuff and I'm like, I think there's levels to this game, yeah. I mean, I've never heard them speak, but like just basing on what I'm looking at, like people that trade this stuff is like very like swing trading, day trading, yeah, sure, I guess. But if you're like trying to be like leverage trading and juicing, like you need a lot more data than just tossing Bollinger Bands and some EMAs on your chart. You're gonna get mega wrecked. Jesse Olsen. What kind of chart is that? It looks like the parabolic SAR or something. Interesting. What is that? And we're starting to go. Okay. His chart looks cool. I'm curious what it is exactly, but it seems like some kind of like version of the parabolic SAR. Give him a follow. Straight sniper. Maybe check out his content as much as I can. Thing is, I don't really. That's the thing. I don't really like following traders. Like I kind of just like stay in my own lane. Like I already know what I'm doing, right? I already have my own biases, so I don't like. I'm just kind of looking at what everybody else says. It just throws me off. Because in my experience, most people don't know what they're actually doing. I like it. I like the chart though. I like the eye candy of this chart. United Health Group. Understandable. I'm trying to young collecting as much data as others have been doing. Yeah, I mean that's the best way to do it, right? It's like I used to do that as well. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I never used to do that, but like it got to the point in trading where I like I consumed a shit ton of stuff. And then there was a kind of like this like period in time where it was like I was doing well, but I was also like, like I fucked something up, and then I would like be because I was influenced from what other people would say. Like I had an idea in my head, and then somebody else would say something, and I'd be like, oh fuck, like they're thinking this, like, or like their system is indicating that this is gonna happen with 70% chance. Like fuck, it's probably right. And then I would like change my like course of action. And then like whatever I was thinking originally is what ended up happening, right? And that kept happening over and over. So I'm okay, fuck this shit. I'm just gonna do my own fucking thing. And that is when my trading hit like peak stride. And I haven't stopped since. Cause a lot of people like don't use any data, right? They're all like just trading charts, like naked charts, or like not naked charts, but like charts with like some indicator, or whatever. But they're not actually tracking data in the moment. And you're gonna have a very hard time trading if you don't do any of this stuff. If you're not mathing. Definitely earn that stripe. I find snipers like y'all definitely tune in, see what's going on with your thesis. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the other thing, right? So at the end of the day, like no one's always right. You know, it's like we all like. For me, for instance, like I was very under the impression that we were gonna come up here and go lower. Like, I was not expecting this fucking nuke to come up like this. I thought we were gonna go like ding ding. Like I was prepared for this, right? Like I wasn't a long either way from here, and like if it goes higher, then amazing, amazing for the long. But I was not expecting this sequence of price action. So like in a sense, like I was wrong about what I was most biased towards. And that's always gonna be the case, right? No one sits here and just knows 100% the market gets every read perfect. Like you'd be fucking like a savant, right? We're just first on earth at that point. Base my live stream thumbnail on YouTube off the sentiment feeling. Yeah, it just depends, right? Like the thing to me, like I'm never okay, like I was expecting to go lower here, right? I thought this was gonna be like a pretty big bull trap, like reclaim the range, everyone gets hella bullish, and then we just go lower. And maybe that may have been the case if it wasn't for like this news candle, because we did swing fail here, right? Like before the news dropped, we did swing fail this level. All this shit got cleaned, and we printed like a massive SFP, and we may have ended up rolling over if it wasn't for this news. I don't know, right? Can't predict the future. So I think I had like a pretty good read on it. But whatever. I'm never 100% convinced. I'm not like, yeah, this is happening 100%. We're fucking definitely going lower here. Like I'm always like 95-5 or like 80-90-10 or 85-15 in terms of like some kind of bullish and bearish bias. But I never count one out completely. Because that's how you get wrecked, right? You get like stuck in like tunnel vision, your own bias, then you end up getting yourself wrecked. That's at the end of every stream, like I'm doing a juice box now, right? Where I just talk about trades, and I'm always planning a short from above, short from below, long from above, long from below. So I'm always making the case for like bulls and bears in both directions, because it's always possible. So that way I'm always planning for whatever happens. And then if one of the plans I'm thinking in my head play out, then I'm taking the trade. 2 days ago was bear thumbnail, so back to bull. Yeah, like I use like what's it called, like sentiment data a lot. Like, cause for me, like I was pretty sure like I was dead set on us bouncing at 98 or like 95 or not 95, 92, like 92, 91, like this kind of region. Cause the sentiment data, everybody was blabbing about this shit, right? 95 to 96, blah 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 blah, all over Twitter. So like whenever that happens, like it never does it, right? It either gets front run or we go lower. Same thing that happened at the lows, right? Down here, everybody was talking about like 72, 71. And that's like, and you'll see, like, I started streaming at this time, and I was talking about it. I'm like, guys, like, we're either farming this or we're going lower. We're not bouncing at 72 or 71. That's what happened. We bounced at 74. Same thing happened here. Boom, 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 boom. Like the way you structure the juice setup, kind of changing my Twitter format, uploads to the same thing. Shows both ways and was more educational for the beginners. Yeah, it's definitely a good way to grow like your branding if that's what you're trying to do, I'd imagine. I don't really, I never tweet, I just use it to like read stuff. Cause like for instance, that channel you asked me about with the infographic about the rates. There's a lot of cool like Twitters out there that post stuff like that, right? Like cool like infographics, like data points about certain markets that you're not following. Like if someone posts something about, I don't know, orange juice futures, it's like a nice way to have awareness without having to actually sit there and looking at yourself all the time. But I can't be bothered to like actually go out there tweet and whatnot. To me, it's like if someone comes in the stream and asks questions, amazing. If not, whatever, I don't really care. The question is, are we gonna short this thing up here? We're not. 108. That was this, right? Yeah. Maybe here, and there's like a bunch. There's like a 4-hour naked point of control, like right here. Where is this thing? $108.1. keep it in mind. We'll look at the data and keep things in mind. Then let's start watching the open interest right now. As much as we are sitting here trolling, actually need to be mindful of getting in a short at some point. Even if it's just to protect the long. I need to start applying the juice setup to the woman data. See where I'm fucking up. I mean, sure you're doing fine. Plus, you're also young, right? Like, it's not too many people are like. Well, I guess it depends what you're looking for. It depends what you're looking for. Cause imagine there's not too many people trying to like seriously date, or at least there wasn't when I was like that age. So if that's your goal, then yeah, maybe a bit harder. Plus you have so much time. If I could go back in time to when I was that age, I would definitely be like doing what you're doing now. Like grinding fucking hard as fuck. Cause like I'm like late to the game, right? I'm very late to the game. I used to play like video games professionally, so like I like dropped out of university and did that for a while. Then I had to go back to university, get my degree. Then I started working. So in terms of like my professional careers, like it was delayed in that regard. But trading is like a cheat code though. Like this shit is fucking overpowered, right? Like once you're juicing on trading, like nothing else compares. It's ridiculous. That's the goal. Stay focused. Stay sniping. Yeah. You know what I would recommend if anything? Try and find like a wife as early as possible. And you see all the time. I'm sure you've seen it. People that are like older that talk about like their partner. Like when you have someone that's like supportive of your lifestyle and like takes care of you and shit, it makes a huge difference. And you don't have to waste any time in your future like in the whole dating shit. I'm sure like some people like don't agree with that and they want to do like the whole like play a lifestyle, but the people that know, right? And you hear all the time. If you ever like listen to like interviews with any successful people, I'm sure you've seen it with even like, traders that are like popular. Everyone says the same thing, right? I'm in America. He's always been around the block. Can't be that much around the block at your age. Imagine when they're like 30 years old and they've dad's been around the block, right? Like, damn near 4-digit body count. I need a foreign wife that's appreciative. Appreciative. Yeah, but you can find that here. Like, come on, like, not every girl is for the fucking streets, right? And even then, like, yeah, okay, sure, some girls have like a bit of a hoe phase, or maybe like a full-blown hoe phase. But like, who fucking cares, right? Like, yeah, we do the same thing. As long as they're not like literal cheating scumbags, like that's like a different story. At that point, it's like yeah, definitely for the fucking streets. But show for the streets at that point. I'm just playing the whole factor is tough. Let me broke with a wife. But that's the best time to have one, right? Because then you know like they're super down. Because like me, like whenever I meet people now, it's like it's a noticeable difference when you talk to someone and they're just getting to know you, and they find out like how you're moving. They start acting different. So yeah, and so like that idea is always in the back of your mind, like, is this person actually like talking to me, or do they just like me because I like make money? At the end of the day, like whatever, right? Like it's not. Obviously, people are gonna like that. So you have to be a bit understanding in that regard as well. Like not everybody's out to get you. Like at the end of the day, like let's say you like a girl, like you initially might like her because she's attractive. Like, are you gonna sit there and say, oh, like, are you worrying about that the girl only thinks that you like her because of her looks? No. It kind of like goes like hand in hand in both ways. Already let a good one go. Just trying to focus on stack the bag and hope for the best. Yeah, you have so much time though, right? It's like you're not even. Like your whole life ahead of you. Like people just start dating at in like your early 20s, and most people aren't even out of their like weird, awkward like high school shell at that point. Haven't finished university, etc. Like haven't even begun to work in like the real life, like an adult life. But you'll be fine, bro. You'll be fine. Plus, you have a lot going for you too. That's a thing, right? Like when I was your age, I wasn't doing none of that. I don't have like no like headlight, starlight business or like wasn't trading, wasn't doing none of that. I was literally sitting at home getting fucking baked playing Call of Duty 24/7. I used to be fat as hell. At one point I was 270 pounds. When I played video games professionally, I used to be fat as fuck. Boy was thick with tensies. I used to be a degenerate back then I played video games. Guess you're right, every level is never enough though. Does contemptuous come with age? What does that even mean? What does that mean? Showing contempt? Scornful? Mm, hard to say. Hard to say. Yeah, like I mean, I don't know. In terms of leveling up, like yeah, you can't really care too much. Right? At the end of the day, like just okay. There's only one richest person on Earth, right? That's it. So if you're not that, then you're always gonna be beneath somebody. So at some point, you have to kind of realize, like, okay, like, you know, what is good enough, and also like a lot of luck in some extent, right? Like, if you read biographies of most like billionaires, like they'll all say like there's some aspect of luck to these things, right? You have to be like the right place at the right time, blah blah blah. So Grass is always greener on the other side kind of thing. Like you can live in some like small village in South America with like $5-10 million and be like the king of the fucking city, right? And then you go to Dubai and you're just some like peasant, begging for change on the street basically. So it's all perspective. Me and Contempt though, I'm definitely petty. I'm definitely like a very petty person, but I don't like outwardly show it. Like when people like don't believe in you or like stuff like that, like I'm extremely petty. Or like talk down on you or like disrespect you for no reason, especially when it's for no reason, right? Which is usually the case. It's like people that you've never done anything to, they're just fucking hating. Extremely petty. But for me, that just motivates me, right? That's the kind of things that motivate me. It's like, you think I'm not gonna make it? Okay, bet. Bet. When I drive by you in a fucking Bugatti with like 10 of them behind me that are all mine that I gave to my boys, fucking bet, right? She was fucking laughing then. Like when I quit my job, one of the guys was like sitting there. I remember it so vividly. We were having like a team meeting, and then like my boss like told them that like I was quitting. I told him about it, and then he announced it to the team that I was like, gonna be quitting my job to like trade the crypto and whatnot. And the guy he exhaled. He's like, oh man, like no, Marcos, like not crypto trading, like you're not gonna make it basically, right? That was like his reaction. I'll never forget it. I'm like, okay, fucking bet, boy. I'll make a really salary in a fucking day. Bet. Pissing me off. But that's how it always works, though. That's the other thing you have to remember. It's like, at the end of the day, like, no one believes in you when you need it most. So it's always after the fact when you made it that everyone's like, oh shit, man, good job, you did it, blah, blah, blah. When you're down in the dumps, ain't nobody give a fuck but you. You done any research into Charlie Munger? Charlie Ty Lopez, one of my mentors. Yeah, I have like the books and whatnot, like the almanac and whatnot. Or that's not the one. What's it called? Yeah, the poor Charlie's almanac. I have like a bunch of those books, right? Like The Art of Seduction, like 48 Laws of Power, blah blah blah. Like Influence, like The Psychology of Persuasion. I've read all those books. Like the bookshelf here that you see like in the corner of the room, like this is just one of my bookshelves. I have like another one jammed full of books too. Something interesting takeaways from those books that you learned? Hmm. That's a good question. That's a good question. Hard to say, cause like at the end of the day, like when you like look back in it in hindsight, it's like almost like they're all common sense, right? At least it seemed like that way for me. I think one thing more than anything that you notice is like a lot of people that are successful have like, the same kind of views on things, right? There's like obviously clear shared characteristics people have. I don't think there's like any like one notable thing. Hard to say. Hard to say. Like I think more memorable to me is the books that are like they're not imparting like common sense knowledge onto you, but more so like you learning different like learning how to learn, right? Different learning techniques, like stuff like that. I found a lot more like, interesting, like applicable. Like for instance, like let's say you wanted to do. Let's say you wanted to go buy groceries and you don't have pen and paper to write down your grocery list. Or like you need to go buy a bunch of things and you don't have pen and paper to do it. Like you can imagine yourself walking through your house, right? So like okay, I walk into the front door and then I put my keys on like the key table. And on the table there's like a purple dildo. And the reason I say that is because you're supposed to remember walking through places you know that you're familiar with like random imagery that's like not normal, right? Unusual to see, that makes you remember it. So then you continue down that chain of process. So it's like, okay, I walk into the house, I put my keys onto the table with a purple dildo. And on the purple dildo, there's like a Febreze can, okay? So now I know, okay, the first thing on my shopping list is a Febreze can. Then I go into the bathroom, and there's like a midget doing a handstand taking a shit. And on the toilet, there's bananas. Okay, so now I know it's Febreze can and bananas, right? And then you keep going down that process, and you like that kind of way of thinking is like actually like, you remember things very vividly for a long time too. So like, stuff like that's pretty interesting, like mnemonic devices. But I would say just read the books yourself, right? Read the books yourself. Because like, there's so many, there's like, it's not like, one big thing per se. It's more so just a bunch of like, little small things that kind of like help change the way you think just a little bit. And over time, it kind of tweaks you as a person. This was the last resistance point on my low time frame chart. Price looks rejecting nicely so far. Yeah, possibly. I mean, this whole zone, right? This is kind of like the zone at this point. We can like flip this box, then yeah, should be chilling for like higher. Cause like there's a lot of shorts to squeeze up here. I'm gonna scale into short. Not yet. No, not yet. Not just yet. Like right now we're in the world where yeah, this can become like a freight train out of control, right? Very quickly, cause there's so many shorts to squeeze. Like all this is like unswept highs, like poor highs. And there's a shit ton of short. There's like billions of dollars of shorts up here. So until there's some like pretty strong like confirmation, not just yet. Like if anything, it's gonna be like here, like there, or here, or here, or there. Those are like the four main spots I'm watching. But until we get there, I'm not like particularly interested just yet. Also, like, another good book to read is actually What Everybody Is Saying. It's by like did he work for the FBI? Yeah. So it's like an ex FBI agent, and it kind of gives like a whole breakdown of like body language and how to read people's body language and also present your body language in a manner such that's like advantageous to you. Things to be mindful of. Pretty interesting book actually. Plus, like also like there's a lot of like behavioral psychology books, like and that probably helps with trading, right? Because a lot of people like aren't familiar with. Like, they get emotional trading, but they don't understand like why that's happening. And if you kind of read through behavioral psychology, you kind of get at least an idea of like the kind of things that may be triggering your brain to start reacting in a certain way, like go into like the like fight or flight kind of mode. Methods of dealing with it. Do you take scalps, or are you more of a swing trader? Like I mean, every trade starts as like a scalp, essentially. Unless I'm like buying spot. When it comes to like leverage trading, yeah, every trade kind of starts as like a scalp. Like let's just kind of think of some recent trades. Okay, like the last short that I was in recently, it was like from up here, right? But I don't know if we're gonna bounce like here, 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 here. But if it does end up going, that's amazing, right? Like when I got into this long down here, like I don't know if we were gonna just like bounce here and go lower, or go bounce here, go lower, etc. So like every trade like starts as a scalp, but if it starts to go, then that's amazing. How am I doing tonight? Amazing, amazing. Definitely better than yesterday. Definitely better than yesterday. Am I bleeding actually? No. Okay, we're good. Cause like the way I trade is, my price is doing this, right? I'm trying to get into the trade like right here. Like most of the shit you'll read on Twitter and whatnot, people are like, don't try and pick the top, don't try and pick the bottom. But like I disagree completely. Because like if you are able to do a good job of identifying like where this may happen, and then like the data like aligns with it, quite likely you're gonna get at least a bounce. So then at that point, like it starts to go, stop loss break even, and then if it just keeps going, whatever, right? I don't lose anything. And not only that, but it's a very tight validation, so you have a very tight stop loss. Secondly, so like high, like pretty high. Like the best, most optimal risk reward is in these zones. And thirdly, like if the trade ends up going, then you're about to be juicing a mega move more likely than not. Curious, how often you finish a book? Do you read multiple books at the same time? Yeah, I definitely do read books at the same time. But like usually it's because like, okay, for instance, when I'm at my computer, like here streaming, I'll be reading about trading. But if I'm trying to like go to bed and chill or like learn something, then I'll go read like another book, like whatever, right? Like the recently I was reading like what, The Little Prince or something like that. What's it called? The Little Prince. Can't remember the actual name of it. Yeah, The Little Prince. Like some girl told me about it. Not particularly a long book, but it seems interesting. Also, I don't really read fiction often, so it's like, kind of interesting to read a fiction book. Especially she had a tattoo about this book, and she like swore by it. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a read, I suppose, if it's that important. And how fast do I, or how quickly do I read them? I'm pretty quick. I'm a pretty fast reader. Like I got lab tested for my reading speed. Like most humans like read like 200 words per minute on average, and I'm doing like almost 1,000. So I definitely like can blow through a book pretty quick if I want to. If I'm undisturbed, just reading non-stop for hours on end, I can like plow through a book. Little Prince good. It's interesting. It's interesting. This guy crashes the plane in the desert, and then he's like hallucinating about this like a little prince that shows up out of nowhere. But it kind of touches on the idea of like some people lose their inner child as they grow up. It's actually very popular in like France too, apparently. Like, or where's like the background of it? She was saying. Yeah, apparently it's like a historically famous book in France. Like they have like exhibits about it and whatnot. We'll give you the Google description. It's probably better than mine, right? Because I'm sitting here talking about childhood, but it's like the most important things in life are love, friendship, and the essence of things. And they often become invisible to the eye, which is like kind of true, right? People kind of get really caught up in their like adult life. Like they lose their curiosity, they stop living in the moment, etc. Definitely guilty of that myself. Well, not long either if you're interested in it. That's an interesting way of looking at it. I like it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's how like. So I don't want social media, right? Because people are just sitting there just yapping, just blah blah blah, right? It's like people that say like, oh, like Price will be doing this, right? Where it's like kind of just like going sideways for like a month or two, and they're like, oh, don't trade this, you're gonna get chopped up. It's like, no, you don't trade this because you don't know how to trade, while everyone else is sitting here juicing shorts and then juicing longs back and forth, right? It's like dumb shit like that. I'm just like, shut the fuck up, man. Pissing me off. Or like, you know, the trend is your friend, blah blah blah. It's the only way they trade. Nothing wrong with that, but like, don't discount the other ways of doing things. But like, to me, like I think like the difference in getting filled on a trade as price is coming down. Okay, so let's say this example. Like we talked about this trade the day it happened, right? Like this fib here. Like I was already in the long, so it didn't matter. Like let's say I was looking to take this long on the retest, because we talked about it. Like this was like the volume TPO and this and the level, and it was a golden pocket, right? So this was like the trade in the juice box. So to me, like the difference between like anticipating this and getting filled with your orders ahead of time versus like waiting for this to happen and then seeing the confirmation like up here structure change and then getting in is a huge fucking difference, right? Like my average entry is here and my stop loss is here, and as soon as it goes, my stop loss is break even, or I put it there to minimize risk. Whereas if you wait for all this shit, your average entry is up here, and you have the exact same stop loss. So your risk reward is way fucking worse. And at this point, you're expecting to like, reject up here. So like I juice on this whole move while you get in here and potentially just get in that. So like to me, like anticipating these moves where they're gonna bounce and then seeing it forming in the data as before it happens and getting filled on the move is a huge difference in terms of like managing risk and whatnot. Because like, the longer that you wait to get in, like the slower slower you are, right? You're late to the party. Because it's not just me doing this; everyone's getting in on this move. So like you're kind of like a laggard, right? So we refer to these people as laggards. So like in the exact same trade, I might be getting out like break even, or, like whatever. Let's just say I get round tripped. I get out break even, or I get out in profit. Whereas you might get in here, then you put your stop loss break even, or you might not even have the opportunity to get your stop loss break even. It might just roll over on you right away. Yeah, so to me, like the timing of these orders like matters a lot. Not for everybody though. That's a thing. We always have to keep in mind it's not for everybody. Also not necessary. It is like a big scale, right? Like, let's say this is like optimal gain, and this is like probability of being correct. It's a scale. So like sure, if you're like kind of trade the way I do, then like optimal gains is like over here. Like you're on this side of the scale. Right? If you wait for like higher time frame confirmations and whatnot, then like you have a better probability of being correct, but definitely not juicing as much. If you're too short, we'd see a bit more of a squeeze this region with a rejection. You enter in the retest. Probably not even that, to be honest. Depends. Okay, like let's just I'm looking to get into the zone potentially, and like this yellow line. And like we're coming up right now, and like yeah, shorts are closing, right? So like shorts is like going down, and the open interest is like going down, right? So like obviously this move is not supported by like new positions opening, and I see that like CBD like is diverging, right? So price is like doing this. I was like, this is diverging. I might just have like blind limits here. I mean, they just set like not blind limits. Like I'm waiting to like see all this in the moment. But I might just I'll sell if I'm seeing all of this plus like the low time frame oscillators are starting to get like cooked. Then like I'll just have like a limit there with like a stop loss at like the ATR or something like that. Like I might set my stop loss at like $400 away or maybe like 500 kind of thing. So let's say it's 107.2. We'll do like 107 like 8 or something. Boom boom. Cause like this is my level. I've already had this in mind. And if I'm saying that all the shorts are being closed out as like longs are also opening, right? Let's add another one. Then yeah, like I might just set a limit here, or like I'll have like a net. I'll do like a net of orders, kind of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and like they get wider, like bigger as they go up, so that way I can like catch the curve. And as soon as it bounces, I'm like already like juicing. And then the thing you have to remember as well is like let's say you're wrong and you do this, right? Like let's say all this was happening, and you have a limit here, and you set it with like the ATR, and you're wrong. It's not a huge loss, right? The worst case scenario, you're not taking a huge L, and then you can just take the next short attempt, and then you're gonna make this back plus whatever you make when it actually starts to go. So at the end of the day, you're not always gonna be dead on right. Boom, 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 boom. Also depends on what like the math is looking like. So I'll usually have like a bigger fib drawn. So like I know the 886 is here. I know this VWAP's here. So I might have orders like this. With my stop loss at like the 914 or something. Like tucked away behind this level. Boom, boom, boom. I feel like adding the ones you just said to the mix will help look at things more intricately. Yeah, the momentum ones matter too, right? Because that's the other thing. That's kind of what helps me gauge, like am I gonna set the limit here, or not, because you don't have to set the limit here, right? Like this is like the most hyper aggressive way to take this trade in what I described. There's also a world where you kind of like, okay, you do a little bit more passively. Like let's say you're watching this level, or like let's just say, okay, let's just say right here, right? There's this poor high to clean. This is a perfect example, right? We have a poor high on the TPO. Let's just mark this thing out. We'll put it in blue. I know that this is like a very like probable area to see a swing fail pattern, right? So instead of having the limit, I can just be waiting watching this. I can say, okay, price comes up here, it starts to print the swing fail, and then starts to go lower. I can like market smash the entry right away, or I can wait for it to confirm on the 30-minute, and then market smash the entry. Or I can be sitting here looking on the 1 minute and the 2 minute to see if it starts to do like a 1 minute failed auction up here kind of thing. So like, there's lots of ways to take these trades, right? It really just depends on like your risk appetite, etc. Like, do you want to have the limit set? Are you willing to market it in? Are you willing to like let it do the swing fail and then chase it lower, etc.? Adding the ones to the mix you just said will help lead like things more intricately. Yeah, you kind of have to, right? Because like at the end of the day, like let's say like me and you are in the market, and it's just me and you have like a limit to like buy, and I have a limit to sell. If either one of us is not market ordering, the market's not moving, right? Price is just not gonna change. So like either like you have to market to me or I have to market to you. So like using like CVD and like whatnot to measure the market orders and how they're trending is like important, right? Because that's what's gonna change the price. Obviously they can be absorbed with limit orders, which you can see with CVD divergences. Plus like monitoring the order book. Like this tells you like, is the flow of aggressive money starting to change or not? Because it's very different to be coming up here to take this short, and like no shorts have like, let's say we're coming up to the zone, right? And I'm expecting like a short squeeze, and we get up to here and no shorts have closed yet. Well, then there's not much of a short squeeze, is it? And then that means they're probably going to be going higher, especially if they're all underwater already. From this zone to this point. The higher we go and none of them have closed, and probably going to squeeze higher and higher. Or people are opening shorts into the move. So it's like shorts open, shorts open, shorts open, shorts open, as these shorts that are underwater haven't closed yet. And then they're definitely getting their ass squeezed even higher, right? It's like adding fuel to the fire. But if you're not watching any of the data, then you don't know any of this, right? You're just looking at a naked chart with candles printing. It's just hoping, I guess. Open and Parayan. It bounces off your inverted fair value gap. Bum, 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 bum. Also, like you know, you have to be monitoring S&P and whatnot too, right? Like, that's why I always have like this chart like marked up, same way I do my Bitcoin chart. Where's the list, right? Where's the list of things? You should be like monitoring all this kind of stuff, right? Ideally. Like obviously, like, you're not gonna like. It's pretty rare that you enter a trade and it's just like, chuck, 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 right? It doesn't work like that. Usually not the case. So depending on the kind of trade you're looking to trade, it's gonna depend on what kind of things you're looking for. But and ideally, like the more of these, the better, right? And also, plus like if you're lacking kind of like a lot of these edges, then you can compensate with time. Like let's say it's coming into the zone and you don't know if you want to short it or not, and you're not seeing much edge, then you can just kind of wait to see how like, the structure develops, right? You might end up doing some like massive like 30-minute like failed auction, etc. Need more water. Running low on the real life juice right now. Juice cup. What's a diet like? You cook? Yeah, super basic though. One sec, I'm just kind of thinking if I want to get into short potentially. Just kind of looking at the data, see what's going on here. We'll watch that. The diets. I eat the same thing like every day basically. Basically like a serial killer. Like in the morning I have like eggs, piece of whole wheat bread with almond butter on it, and like a bowl of fruits. And then I make like rice bowls for like lunch and dinner, or like extra lean beef, like ground beef burgers, like sweet potatoes, vegetables, stuff like that. And like a lot of times on stream, you'll see me eating like my post like dinner like meal, like Greek yogurt with fruits and like a protein bar, protein shake. What about you? I used to cook a lot more. I used to cook a lot more, but no time. I can't be bothered, honestly. To me, it's like I just eat for the sake of like the nutrition, right? Getting my protein in and whatnot. So I don't want to like waste time making these like complex, like intricate meals that take like an hour to make and then clean and whatnot. I'd rather just like throw some ground beef in a bowl, like throw spices on it, cook in the oven, and keep it moving. I don't eat all day right now. I just eat for like 2 hours at once in the day. That's terrible. That's terrible. Like in the ideal world, you're maybe the science is changing this. I don't know. But from my like deep dive on it, you should be having like 5 like relatively spaced out meals throughout the day. With like the last one not being like too close when you go to bed. So like let's say this is like breakfast, and that's like your dinner, and this is like your time spent awake, the box. I was in Asia, I got shredded. I was only at a 10 pack. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you're not eating for like the end of the day for like barely any calories, it makes sense. I do the line method. Yeah, some people like thought definitely like believe that you like work most optimally when you're like in a somewhat of a starvation mode, kind of like similar to our ancestors. But I think if you're trying to like build muscle though, like you definitely want to kind of go by this approach. Like we have like 5 spaced out protein meals throughout the day. At least in my experience, like that's the best. Cause I've done like weird kind of like where I do 3 meals a day, or I do like one big meal a day. And I've always found the 5 is like the most beneficial. It's hard for me. I don't know. If I don't I've also done like low protein. Like do like a diet where I'm not eating enough protein, and you're kind of like you're just spinning your tires in mud kind of thing at the gym. You're not like making gains. So I definitely think getting your protein is pretty important. I think the science like supports that as well. Maybe I'm wrong, but don't. You used to cook a lot though. You used to do, cause I don't know if you guys have what's it called, like HelloFresh kind of things there. Like those meal services where you like pay them and they deliver your groceries to you with like set recipes. I used to do that all the time. So I've like cooked all kinds of random meals over time. And when I'm dating somebody, I'll like make them food from time to time, right? I'm gonna cook them dinner, etc. Just look it up. Oh, ChatGPT is actually incredibly useful for that kind of stuff. If you say like I want to have like a meal plan that's 2,400 calories a day, and I want to have various different meals that equal these macros at the end of each day, and you put like I don't know 180 grams of protein, like 50 grams of healthy fats, and the rest carbs. It'll like make a pretty good meal plan for you, and it'll even give you like the grocery list down to like the exact like you need 5 potatoes, you need this many grams of nuts, blah blah blah. Apparently, that an average male burns around 2,500 calories a day. I think the math is 350 or 3,500 calories to 1 pound. Yeah, that is the math. I think how much a guy burns on average really depends though. How big you are, what do you do, etc. Like I wouldn't rely on the average too much. On the 2,000, with 1 gram for each pound of body weight. Yeah, but that's pretty aggressive cut, especially if you're like active. It's pretty aggressive. Like borderline detrimental. Cause like you don't want to cut too fast, right? If you like lose weight too quickly, you're like losing muscle at that point. Like more muscle than you need to. But I'm sure you probably got super shredded doing that. If you did that for like a consistent amount of time. I've done that before too, but eventually like it just like my body like stopped responding. Like it like had like no sex drive, like barely get aroused, like just fucking felt like shit. Started to get like aches and pains from the gym all the time. Cause I was doing some like hyper aggressive cut, and I've never done it again since. Cause I was like, yeah, it's probably not the way to be doing it. Muscle was gaining, fat was losing. Yeah, but you probably also had like I suspect some like newbie gains going on if that was all occurring. Cause like once you've been working out for a while, it's not as straightforward as that. Cause like the more muscle you have, like the more calories you burn, right? So if you start to like carry around like a decent amount of muscle mass, and then you go into some like crazy cut like that, like your body like it eats itself, right? That's literally what's going on when you break it down. Like you don't have enough calories, and there's not enough fat to burn to sustain the calories that your body requires. So it starts to eat the muscle away too. And then like your testosterone production starts to go down because like your like the systems in your body like you don't have enough energy to maintain them at like a correctly like efficiency. So there's all kind of like knock-on side effects. Walking around 215 lane sounds lit. Run a TRT cycle or lean. Yeah, I don't know if I want to be that big. I think it's like too big for my frame. Like if you're like 185, like jacked lean, or I should say, if you're 185 lean, like hella lean, like 10% body fat or less, at our height, then you're probably pretty jacked, right? Okay, anywhere from like 185 to like 200. You're on a TRT cycle? I don't know. Maybe down the road. I don't think I want to do that. At least not yet. But also the other thing about it is that like sooner steroids and whatnot are not gonna be needed. Like I don't know if you've kind of I think I was talking to you about this. Maybe it was somebody else in the chat. But there's like new drugs coming out that are pretty insane. It's basically it's like all the pros of steroids without any of the cons. That's basically where medicine is right now. Like it's being tested in like animals currently, but the results are pretty remarkable. If you go on the Renaissance Periodization channel, they have like a whole video talking about these things. What was the video called? I don't remember the name of the video, but they did a video somewhat recently on it. /180 for our height is pretty damn bulky. Yeah, it is. It is. Like I was like before my surgery. I guess it was before COVID. Before COVID, I was like at my biggest slash like fittest, I was like 185, 190. Yeah, I had like a pretty sizable upper body. It wasn't like whatever, like a massive meathead like walking around like this. But pretty sizable biceps, like your shoulders and back are pretty big. I'm trying to grow my shoulders right now. That's my main focus. Trying to get some big ass delts. Trying to get them Death Star delts, you feel me? $350 shrugs to build the traps, look like mountain valleys. Yeah, those are pretty good. I haven't done them in a while though. I used to do rack pulls. I used to do like heavy fucking rack pulls. Like 6 plates per side kind of thing. The fucking like the bar would like bend. But like the stretch that you would get on your like traps and whatnot is ridiculous, right? God damn. You can probably do like, okay, maybe I don't know how big you are, like I don't like 6 plates maybe is a bit much depending on your size. But like the reason that workout is so effective is because you can overload it so much, right? Even if you're not that strong. Because like think about it, like yeah, you have the pins in the rack at like you're just like at knee height or maybe like a little higher. And then you have straps, right? So all you have to do is like tighten your back as much as possible, and then like pull it from off the pins to like standing. So all you're doing is like this, just like bing, bing. So you can like load heavy on that. You can overload it like crazy. But yeah, my upper back definitely grew a lot from that. Boom, 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 boom. You know how much body fat I have, but I stay pretty lean. Yeah, most people don't. Most people don't have like a pretty good idea. But I suspect probably like somewhere in the 10 to 20 range. Like most males are somewhere in that range. If you're lean, probably like probably in the 10 to like 8, or not 10, like 8 to 15. 8's getting pretty low though. Even 15's like relatively low. Boom, 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 boom. You know what I am? Probably like 20. If I had to like get a picture, probably like somewhere in the 15 to 20. Like the outline of my abs are like somewhat visible, but I don't have like a defined like six-pack abs right now. Yeah, based on Google Images, like 16 to 19 range. Okay, let's just get a picture. Post this picture. Copy. If we're to do it based on this, like somewhere like in these two. The thing is like my upper chest and arms and like back are pretty like pop out definition right now, but like my lower abdomen not as so much. So somewhere in this kind of range. Hard to say, cause my upper body's like this. It's like this guy's, but not the abdomen part. At what point that was like definitely like a mix of these two. When I was like the most in shape, I was like a hybrid of this. Boom, boom, boom. This is my tries right now. I think I have a picture of them because I was fucking trolling my friend recently. Should have the screenshot still, yeah. Oh yeah, nice. Doesn't work? Oh yeah, there. Got like a pretty decent horseshoe going already, and you can see like my upper like pecs are like pretty juicy, right? Bum 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 bum. Start boxing. Yeah, exactly. The getting shredded part. I do want to box actually. I've been talking to a friend about doing it, but he wants to do like ground and pound like MMA, right? More like jujitsu and whatnot. Whereas I want to do like straight up boxing or kickboxing. Pissing me off. But yeah, getting boxing is like very good. Like you burn a lot of calories, right? And not only that, but if someone ever steps to you, knock their shit out. But what? Don't talk reckless to me. Every muscle group in your body is engaged and you're hitting the bag. If you want to be a G and put ankle weights on. I can imagine. I used to do like karate as a kid. Like I almost had a black belt. Like, the only reason I didn't get it is because you have to be 18 at the time to do it. And I quit like before I made it to 18. But I was like the level before. So I have like some experience in like MMA type training, but I don't know where karate ranks in the hierarchy of like taekwondo, judo, like Brazilian jiu-jitsu, blah blah blah. I think the other ones are like, a lot more intense, if I'm not mistaken. You get your abs defined quick as fuck. Yeah. No, I'm not worried about like I could definitely get like shredded if I wanted to, but right now I'm not trying to like do that. Cause the thing is, I didn't work out for a long time, right? Like after I got that surgery, I didn't work out at all, and so I lost a lot of like physical muscle mass. Like, lately, I've been going to the gym with the idea of like trying to build back as much muscle as possible. So like I'm not trying to be in like I'm not eating in some crazy surplus. I'm not eating like 4,000 calories a day or something like crazy like that. But I am definitely like putting on weight slowly. Boom, 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 boom. I'd rather be that way though, cause like I'd rather like rather have some size than just be like skinny and jacked, right? Like if you see some guy in the street who's like has like how do we describe this? Cause it's like an extreme example, but let's say there's some guy that's like has like very little vascularity, but he's got some like thick ass neck, big arms, like big quads. And then you see someone that's like the same height, that's like skinny but like super vascular and whatnot. Like the other guy looks more jacked, right? Even if they're not like super lean. It's like a bigger silhouette. Joe Rogan likes this white boy who's a karate fighter in the UFC who kicks ass. And I haven't watched the UFC in forever, since like the Anderson Silva days. I have no clue who's even like popular now. Actually, I did watch a bit of like what's his face, the Irish Conor McGregor. I did also watch some of it then as well. Yeah, I have no clue who any of these people are. I looked up like the list of title holders. I don't recognize a single one. What's going on over here? Nothing yet. I don't watch any sports at all except fighting, and I only watch the big names. Only Corn and Stonks. Yeah, I don't know. I just plus something about like fighting. I don't know if it's because I'm getting older or whatnot, but like you know, sometimes I don't want to watch somebody getting beaten to death, right? It's a bit much. It is hype though. It is super hype when somebody gets knocked the fuck out, especially when they're talking shit. Throw them hands. Have I ever knocked anyone out? No. Not like one, two. Like I've been in a handful of fights, but like, it's never my fault kind of thing. Like I don't like. I'm super chill, right? Like I mean, like I've always had the same personality I kind of do now. Like yeah, sure, I'll like talk shit for the lulz, like banter. Like I never go out like starting shit, or if someone bumps me, like be like yo what the fuck, or like if someone's like talking to like my girl, like I don't give a fuck, right? It's like it's my bitch. Not going home with you. So never been like hyper aggressive in any of those kind of situations. But like one time like my friend like was getting jumped, so like I kind of had no choice but to like kind of hop in and help him out. And then there was only one other time. It was my first year university. Like we were like drinking outside of like our residence, like where all the students live. And it was me and like two girls from my floor, and we were just chilling like smoking outside. And some guy like came up to us, and this was like 3 in the morning, 3:30 in the morning or something. And he like came back like hella wasted from wherever he was, like super fucking drunk. And he's just being hella weird, right? Like he was like fucking talking shit, like getting like super like handsy with the girls. And at one point he like pinned one of the girls to the wall almost. And then at that point, like people from the floor where I live had seen this, so they came outside, right? Because they're like, man, what's this guy doing right now? So I got to the point where there was like 5 or 6 of us, like the guys on our floor, as this one guy was being a dumbass. And then I don't know why this guy tried to start a fight with one of us, and he got his ass beat, right? He's got whooped, gang beat down, 6 people whooping this guy's ass. It wasn't just me that roundhouse him. This guy was fucked, by the way. We saw him the next day in the cafeteria. This guy was fucked. Like literally, like his eye was swollen like out to here, like a massive ball of like swollen blood in his eye. This guy looked cooked. And the thing is, and the thing that was craziest about it was that I looked at him and we made eye contact, and the guy clearly had no recollection of anything, right? Like I was a complete stranger to him. Whatever, he deserved it though, right? Being an idiot. Other than that, no. Except this big fucker who stands like 6 or 250. Yeah, the thing is like, I don't know. It's just not worth it, right? It's never worth it because you don't know what kind of dumbass, especially where you guys, right? Like, cause here, like, you don't have to give a thing to yourself. Like, what if they have a gun? If there, it's even worse. But at the end of the day, like, you never know what kind of dumbass you're gonna get into like a fight with. Who knows what they're gonna do, right? Might stab you, might shoot you, etc. Like my cousin, like, knew some guy who or he went out to the club, whatever, and he got into like the typical like bro fight with some dude in the club about some dumb shit, like nothing, right? I don't remember exactly how the story goes. Like either they got into a fight in the club and then like that was it, or like they didn't even get into a fight. It was just like arguing in the club. But anyways, the result was the same. At the end of the night, when this guy went to go home, the guy that he was arguing with was there with his boys, and the 2 guys that he was with grabbed the guy by both his arms like this, and like held him standing up, while the main dude who just started smoking him in the face with a 2x4 repeatedly, like fucking like permanent damage to his brain type shit. Over nothing, right? So like, I'm not trying to deal with that personally. It's never that serious. I definitely had a gun. I stepped in with brass too. Yeah, you guys are fucking wild. No, it was fucked, right? Can you? Like, that's the thing. Like, you never know, right? You never know what kind of shit's gonna happen. I think like even if you have a gun for self protection, it's still like super risky, right? Because then it's like, okay, who shoots who first? Who's got better aim? Personally, I'm a fucking sniper, right? Turn your bitch ass to a dolphin real quick. Boom, 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 boom. After I stay away from fighting. John Wick. No, and the thing is, like, you don't even want to be around people like that, cause like the guy that I helped, like in the fight that got jumped, that guy's been in like multiple fights, right? So I don't even like associate with them anymore. It's just like not worth the risk of having around. You definitely want to like avoid people like that. Like imagine you're out with these people and like you're with your girl chilling, and they get into a fight, and then the person goes to like shoot them and like kills your girl, right? And trying to deal with that. Or like you help your friend out and you like throw them, cause like when my friend got jumped, I fucking the guy that I was fighting cooked him, bro. Like they were jumping my friend and I came from behind, and this was when I was like my strongest, right? This is like before COVID, and I really picked up the guy by the waist and like some like WWE type shit, like body slammed this bitch to the ground, started throwing hands. Like, I don't know what was happening. I could like fucking killed the guy, right? So like imagine I'm like in jail now because I'm like just helping my friend not get jumped. feel like drinking aggressive is too much. Yeah. Yeah. I'm always chilling, right? I'm always chilling. Just enjoying myself. And if you ever notice too, like those people, if you're ever in that situation, like 99 out of 100 times, if you like diffuse a situation with that other dude, you become boys, right? Because everyone's fucking wasted, and then you start talking about whatever, and then you start fucking laughing and shit, and then all of a sudden it's like now they're your friend, right? Whereas if you had gone a different route, like you're fucking throwing hands at each other. I'd be extra paranoid though if I was like, where you live. I'd be paranoid as hell. Cause we don't have to worry about that. Like I guess that's like a nice pro of not having to like worry about getting shot. Boom, 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 boom. Had that happen once. It was actually dope as fuck. It's every time. It's every time. And the other thing is like almost always it's over nothing too, right? Like how often, or like whether it involves you or friends, you know, how often does people get into a fight where it was like for a good reason? It's never. It's always something stupid, right? Yo, this guy was looking at my girl, bro. This guy was looking at my girl. Like, fucking cares. I mean, what the fuck is a synthetic hollow point? Don't even know what that is. I gotta ChatGPT this. An expanding projectile? Reduce the chance of over-penetration. What does that mean? So it's supposed to like hit them but not go through them? I'm trying to be mindful of this thing. Like, are we gonna like lose this level and start to go? If so, then I might get hop in the short thangity thing, or at least open like a hedge. I don't want to do it too early. Especially as you start to go again potentially, and there's like bull divs, hidden bull divs. We'd be mindful of that though. All of the grooves open up on impact, making the bullet hole much larger, deadlier. Bounces around, like ricocheting. And then the other one is the rip round. Radically invasive projectile. Oh, that sounds fucking terrible. Like terrible isn't like painful. It's supposed to like fragment inside of you. Yeah, yeah. Cop killers? That's so ridiculous. Are you not a fan of the police there? IFM degens aren't. That's like everywhere though. People make it seem like the cops like out to get you kind of thing. When like 99% of the time it's like you're being a dumbass. So of course the cops are gonna like be out to get you kind of thing. The rip rounds. Titty drum. Yeah, I mean that'd be like alarming though, right? That's kind of why I want to move to like Dubai, right? It's like people say that like the police are like super like corrupt and like strict and whatnot, but there is like no crime, right? There's like essentially no crime there, like very little at least. So I remember one time I was in Dallas, and the very first night, literally the very first night, I'm in my hotel, and someone got killed in McDonald's next to my hotel that night. You could like hear the gunshots in the hotel. I'm like, they're nice, nice first day in Dallas. Witnessed a murder. It's very normal. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live there. Like, I wouldn't have like have kids there either, right? The ideal world, my kids aren't growing up in that kind of shit. This thing is still sending, goddamn. Fortunate thing is now 3D printing guns are so accessible, you need them. Not having them. You can 3D print the actual gun? But I guess that can't be as effective as a real gun, is it? Or an ass whooping was enough? Yeah, that's the thing, right? We need to go back to the day people used to get their ass beat. And people need to get their ass beat, right? We're getting a little too comfortable these days. Me personally, I don't know if I'm a like people are like, yeah, don't beat your kids and whatnot. I don't know about that. When I was a little shit, I got my ass whooped. Taught me real fucking fast. Learned real quick. Speaking back to Marcus, though, do you find it funny that there has been a big correlation with Farcoin leading directional moves? Has it been leading? Doesn't seem like it. In this case, yeah. In this case, no. In this case, no. Doesn't seem like it is. Maybe I'm... Aside from like this move right there. And that it seems it's going up whenever Bitcoin does, but like obviously with like more volatile gains. Like here, like sold off harder. I'm gonna take a scalp short here, but scared of getting wrecked. The non-dega then. what's the issue? Definitely giving it some time. I was like gonna like lose the golden pocket and the VWAP on like the higher time frame or no. 4-hour candle pretty soon too. Trying to close up this daily level. How's the daily looking as well? Also, 106.8. We did grab most of it, right? 106.834, and we wicked that 106.857. So, and we are also doing like a failed auction, right? Like a lower time frame at the yellow line. First time I'm giving it a little bit of time though. I'm sure people are obviously entertaining this trade though, right? For sure. Especially because these things are rolling over as well, potentially. One thing is like there's like hidden bull divs already and whatnot. It's like how's the open interest and etc. looking? Wouldn't be a terrible attempt. I've definitely been considering it, so I'm sitting here kind of watching it. So this was like higher time frame, like CBD bear divs. And on coin margin contracts as well. If anything, I'm probably just gonna open one just for the sake of like, being hedged in the long. Or when I was in high school, I ordered 3D printing blocks from my friends. I'll build all pistols and big ass around drums. But does it actually work the same as a regular gun, like bullet velocity and whatnot? On the lower time frames after the economic fear, Fartcoin was getting bought up right before Bitcoin send, and vice versa. It makes sense, right? I'd imagine like if you look around a decent amount of the alts, a lot of them were doing something like that. 'Cause people are trying to get in on the move. It's like on these volatile things. Like how much has it gone up already, right? Like 30%. Like on these kind of things, you want to get in like as early as possible, ideally, right? If there is gonna be like a movement to like risk on, then you want to be as early as possible to like juice up these whole moves. So I'm sure people are trying to like front run it even more. But I don't know. I don't follow alts enough to say like if Barcoin has been doing that specifically, because there's other stuff has been running way harder than this, for instance. Like say has been running like crazy, and even today it's already up a bunch again. I was actually reading a bit more about this. Like, it's not just like the Wyoming thing. Even like Circle, for instance, this is their biggest holding is Say. Say volume today was like 10 times average. Yeah, but it's been this way. Did they cure AIDS or some shit? No, like that Wyoming. Like the governing body of like Wyoming was like doing like an analysis of like chains to put their stable coin on. I think that was the case. Like I would think that was it. Whatever. They did some kind of like blockchain analysis. And like Say was like the highest rated one. Plus like the whole thing about the Circle owning a shit ton of Say. Plus there was like some like gaming announcement related to Say. So there's a lot of like a lot of narratives building up on this thing. Plus, like, because we're looking to short this thing, right? We were considering shorting this on the weekend. We were looking at it when it was like over here. Where's like the perps chart? Like we were considering, like we're looking to like shorten this zone, and it came up, tapped the 618 lower. But the thing is, like, we didn't take it because like there's so many shorts. This thing had like a shit ton of short open interest, a shit fucking ton, and then clearly you can see, right? But and it just squeezed everybody out. So like some fundamental catalyst going on here, plus like huge open interest edge to the upside. Do I own any? No. I was just looking to trade on the weekend. Like on the Saturday stream, we were talking about it, and I was considering it. I was gonna put like orders here, and I would have got like a pixel perfect fill on this thing, and would have gone lower. But I didn't end up taking it because I didn't feel comfortable. It's too many shorts. Too many shorts. Like the reason I had this box here is because I wanted to see this zone get swept, because this is where most of the shorts were. So I was considering like getting filled on like these orders potentially. But then like I ended up like not being around. And then it didn't even make it up here, ended up going lower, but like later this week, yeah, massive squeeze, right? Dun 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 dun. Okay, I gotta take a piss. bum 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 bum. There's something else too. What else was it with say? What is this? Interesting. There's something else about say that happened. I can't remember what the story was though. Some other kind of like catalyst type story. Anyways, who cares? Who's a fuck? Bum 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 bum. I saw some pretty bullish Chainlink news today. What was it? Like partnering up with like MasterCard or something. Shout out to my Chainlink bags just chilling up a storm. Yeah. Am I gonna be a Link bag holder one day? Link Marine as they call them. Oh shit. Boom, 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 boom. We'll wait a bit here to kind of decide what to do. And I mean, in the ideal world, definitely got on this thing a little earlier. Definitely yapping a little bit. Boom, 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 boom. I need to bring these red boxes in more. Cause I didn't notice this thing until like way later. So it was like off screen. Definitely a mistake there. It would have swayed my decision making for show. Also need to make sure I update these tomorrow. What is this? What's playing right now? Boom, 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 boom. I'm fucking hungry. Fuck, I'm hungry. See, like, this was one of those things I mean, right? Like the timing of the entry makes like a huge difference. Cause I was waiting to get up here, but if I had like seen this red box thing, but like the heart being like up here and we grabbed it, I would have been way more inclined to get an early, right? Whereas like now it's like makes you more paranoid of bouncing at any of these lows. So like that like this the difference in price action is like quite the difference to me, right? Changes like the whole risk reward of the trade opportunity. Gonna head out here and get some rest. Appreciate the alpha as always, brother. Have yourself a good night too tomorrow. And I'm about to get off too. This has been like a 4-hour stream or so already. Yeah, I'm about to just do like a juice box and probably just get open like a head short, depending on how this looks like when I'm done. I'm gonna lock in the current gains for these longs. Well, the long. I'm not too concerned with hedging the alt trades. Give it some time, see how this 30-minute candle plays out. Shout out to you though, shout out to Trader So. Bum 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 bum. Potential longs. The first one would probably be like a full day rotation, right? Like we had like an outside day and rotate through yesterday's value and sweep all this garbage. It's like what's like the math like on that? Like a 382 kind of thing? Not even. So we'll say I move this damn box. Clean the cluster after full day rotation. Plus like the single print. Kind of like finish cleaning this box, grab this liquidity and go kind of thing. Like potential like swing fill pattern down here essentially. And like the weekly levels here, right? 104.4. Yeah. Thing is that it might even do something like this, right? There's a world where like if it's like hella bullish and it's just a ding ding, potentially, maybe it just taps a negative point of control. Why does this look so weird? This is probably the best bet though, because there are longs that have like been opening this move up, right? So quite likely if we start to lose this, it's just gonna like kind of shit itself a little bit. And we've like been losing momentum, so that'd be something like that. Also, like look out to this zone, right? Kind of like the actual point of control. Clean all the imbalances. Bum, 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 bum. What was that exactly? 134. Yeah. Something like that. Kind of say like the high time frame. Want to control a retest after cleaning all the imbalances plus closing the longs. I'm trying to think if you want to be entertaining the one down here, like one of these two, because at this point that'd be a pretty suspicious, right? If we come all the way back down here, I don't know. At that point you're like below the Valeria low again, right? Like if we come all the way back down to here. It is possible, but I definitely start to get pretty suspicious, right? Like, that'd be pretty bearish in my opinion. Well, we'll leave those two for now. Good enough. Just be mindful of these, like, yeah, we can bounce here, so if you see the edge, yeah, be mindful of those. Just doing, by the way. Definitely in hindsight, definitely missed the potential like a long or short entry there. Like I said, an ideal one. That's okay though. Boom, 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 boom. At least like a risk-free one, right? Where you get your stop loss break even. Or happens after that, whatever. And from above, if you want it to long from above. Probably similar to yesterday's, right? Where we kind of finished cleaning up these like poor highs and then like retest this kind of zone. Only thing is like this is like the most likely spot to like pull back, right? Like something in this box. Ideally you want something to that effect, or maybe even wait for like the value area high to get penetrated and then get in. So we'll leave both of those. Also depends on if this gets swept or not. Like if we go up here and like do this before sweeping, then definitely can be more viable. But if we like come up here and like tap this and then start to go lower, the probability changes, right? Probability changes a little bit. So we'll say kind of like, this is at what? Like clean. Point what? 0.8k poor high. And like slash like the flip the higher time frame golden pocket. The high time frame, the value area high. God damn. Something to that effect. Something to that effect. Well, I don't like these ones. I don't know. Thing about these is like you have to be pretty like convinced we're going like all-time highs, right? Because if not, like the higher we go, the more likely it is the move is done. So like, you know, if there is like bullish data, then yeah, go for it. Yeah. Yeah, ideally, like that's the thing, right? Like that's how kind of why you usually want to get in, like into these areas, right? We kind of do like the wide deviations out of value. Cause not like you don't have to worry about none of this shit, right? Like if we are taking like this or this one, like you're chilling right now, and you're not worrying about any of this. Like, oh, do I have to get in the bullish retest or not? Blah blah blah. Whatever, we'll leave those, right? Those are all definitely like all those are the viable ideas at this point. Kind of gotta work with what you got. Cause at the end of the day, there's like a massive short squeeze pending here, right? So once it starts, it starts. So yeah, you're gonna want to get in at some point if you're trying to juice in the rest of that move. Potential short. It'd be like if we lose this volume node, right? If we come down here and start to do like this kind of thing, kind of like a bearish retest of the value area low. At that point, it's quite likely we're gonna come like clean these lower imbalances, rotate to the next node down. Also, like, yeah, that we definitely like missed this thing, right? Definitely potentially missed this thing. Got a little too distracted, and also they didn't treat it with as much urgency. So whatever short I take here at this point, I'm treating it as like a hedge to the long. But definitely a mistake. Definitely chalked it up as a definitely mistake, right? Especially this box thing. To the upside. All this stuff looking. Probably the same as yesterday's, right? Kind of like some kind of like swing fill pattern up here, like 108. Doesn't have to be a swing fill pattern, but whatever. Like clean the poor high at 108. Like kind of finish grabbing the rest of this liquidity and then kind of clean this level. Something to that effect. Definitely be careful though. Definitely be careful because like there's a world which gets out of control really quickly. Kind of the same thing that you saw on Say, right? Just a massive squeeze of a bunch of these highs getting cleaned at once. Just this potentially is on Bitcoin, right? Like same kind of effect happening with all these highs. So if you're not looking at the data and the order flow and the lower time frames, probably give it some time, right? Like let the high print and then get in on like the bearish retest of that structure kind of thing. Or like chase it when it starts to like flip these lower levels. 5 minutes for a 30-minute candle. See how this thing ends up printing. Yeah, if we start to do this, like almost certainly opening the head short at that point. So far is bouncing from the box though, so we'll give that some time and see what happens up here. Yeah, should be it, right? Should be it. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Let these wounds heal up some more. I get too carried away. It is late. I ended up staying here for a while today. Quite a yap session. Not particularly productive. So definitely gonna go read in bed a little bit before actually sleeping. And I'm also gonna kind of be monitoring this to decide what I really want to do, depending on how it ends up printing. But yeah, just kind of wrap things up. Do a chat shout out. Shout out to 3. Shout out to Trader Sosa. I gotta scroll down a lot. Who else we got in here? Shout out to Harris. I think that was it, right? I think just you 3. Yeah. Okay, cool. We'll kind of get rid of this. Get rid of this thing. Oops. Get rid of this. Excited for tomorrow, right? Watch the rest of this testimonial by JP. See if these things can start moving past the all-time high for real, or not, right? Or not. And see what Bitcoin does, right? See if this long ends up starting to run or what. But yeah, we'll be back at it again tomorrow, same kind of time as per usual, 8 p.m. or so. Gonna be back to sync up on these trades, but I'm out of here. I want to get some stuff done before going to bed because didn't get a whole lot done this evening. So I'll call it a night now, and that's it. We'll be back tomorrow. Later. Later.